Coming into the ring, we have Class 1.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here, and what a good facility. I'm sure you're going to hear that or have from all the judges so far, but what a beautiful facility, especially I was telling them pulling up, man, you look at it and it's pretty overwhelming whenever you get here, but Tippecanoe always does it just as good as anybody, so certainly it's going to be a pleasure to be here. I know the quality is going to be good. Lots of good livestock right here in this particular area. And we start with a good fall heifer here in our Angus division. I think just one that puts a lot of good things together in terms of foot size and just her feature. I think she's a big boned heifer. I think she's a good bodied heifer. And everything looks to be coming right in terms of the way that she's patterned and built. And it looks like she's starting to body and soften the way that she needs to. Right condition for her particular age and size. That's a good heifer as we start off our division. If you would, please put your hands together for just one in this class, and we'll bring in another single entry, and I think we got a bigger class after that. My compliments to her on a good heifer.
Results for Class 1. First place, Audrey Biddle. Coming in next, Class 2, Angus heifers.
Well, another single entry here, but certainly, obviously, as you look in, a good female for sure. And I think everything's built right on her and everything proportions good. She's a heifer that in terms of just size and substance, as you get down low on her is good, and then up above her foundation, just equally as good. One that looks like a good show heifer, but looks like a good mama cow for the long haul. A good one there for her in a single entry class. Again, if you would, please put your hands together for her. It takes a lot of time to get cattle to look like that and present like that. Definitely deserves it.
Results for Class 2. First place, Hunter Royer. Entering the ring now, Class 3A, Angus heifers.
Well, nice pair of cattle here in the third class of the Angus heifers. I thought we had a few more. They said there was an edit, so we pushed these three over, and we'll judge these here in just a minute. But two good cattle to me, just in terms of the way that they're built there at the ground. The heifer that I start with, in my opinion, just probably, even though she's got a little on her in terms of cover, she's just a bit better than what is the heifer that ends up in second for me personally in terms of her condition and where she's at. She's a nice necked heifer. She's a big top heifer. I'd probably just like to set her a little different off of her front end, and I do think there's probably more angularity in terms of shoulder and knee in the young lady's heifer that kind of gave her a fit here that's in second. A heifer that's probably plenty moderate in terms of her size and just in terms of thinking about long-term cow, but she's real good, obviously, in terms of depth of body and softness of rib. Just got a little too much on her. I'd like to loosen her up in the way that she goes there behind. Two nice cattle. Congratulations to them.
Results for Class 3A. First place, Caitlin Miller. Second place, Isabella Waltz. Class 3B is already in the ring.
Well, a good trio of Angus females here, and got a really style, powerful one to go ahead and win. Definitely as you get behind the cattle, you watch them go. Really just a big top, thick-ended female. And just talking about that, yet still with muscle, she's accompanied with a good skeleton. I like her hock and her rear foot, and I think she goes real comfortable as she goes to the surface behind. She's probably got a little extra shoulder as you get into the base of it. I'd like to set her down just a little smoother and where her tail head is going to tie to her hip, but a female that just offers a tremendous amount of power and bulk and mass, and then, like I said, still handles it very well. There's two different kinds of cattle here in 2 and 3, and I think both of them are long spine, good looking heifers as you get off to the side of them. One of them's maybe going to come with more body and softness of rib. To me, one of them's just a little better structured, and so I'll stand for that. Bigger footed and just a better framework in this heifer that ends up in second. Got a beautiful look to her front end there. I think a real even and strong top line, and everything's pieced together right up high. Maybe just doesn't have the soft sweep to her body. She's not quite as far along wrong in terms of just softness of her mid-rib and her fore-rib and rear body and flank, but a good head of cattle right there in terms of her structure. I like her build quite a bit. The one that ends up in third, if you just take them from the top of their spine to their navel, you could beat this heifer that ends up here in second just simply based on the fact that she's deeper bodied. Even with that soft, soggy rib, I think she's a nice necked heifer, and it sets up right there into her shoulder. To me, she's the most piecey in her top line. She's the flattest in her pin set, and whenever you set those three cattle in motion, she's the most upright in the way that she's going to use her ankle and foot. Same thing up through her shoulder and knee, but still fed very well, and the young man's got him a nice heifer there. Just falls into a really tough class. Good three head of cattle there. Just a really, really stout one to go ahead and win. My compliments to those kids. Give them a nice round of applause real quick if you could.
Results for Class 3B. First place, Andrew Klinkhammer. Second place, Emma Gregory. Third place, Kane Storms. We will now be showing for Champion Angus Heifer.
Well, what a way to go ahead and start off your cattle show. And, you know, we already kind of get through 4 classes of them. I believe there's maybe a little over 30 classes. And then we'll go into showmanship, you know, and I don't know if the heifer drives right after. It might be, but we start off really good. And so, you know, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to get to this particular point. And I'm like this at every single stock show that we go to. I like to go ahead and give these kids a good round of applause for their efforts out here. It takes a long time to get here, and sure proud of them, and I'm sure that you are on the outside of the ring as well. We've got 4 nice cattle, and honestly, cattle that are all built just a little different in terms of the way that they're made. You got a heifer here that wins the first class that I think only has better days yet ahead of her. I'd say that heifer, once she stops and stands, probably gives you one of the neater looks to the front end of her body where her neck's going to set into her shoulder. Her length of body, to me, is very appropriate for a female. I love her size of bone. I love her size of foot. That's a good heifer right there. She'll maybe come up just a little there in her spine out here on this particular surface and kind of duck her pins, get maybe just a little underneath herself with her hind leg. But still, I'm going to go ahead and say that, you know, she's not off quality in terms of structure, not off quality there in terms of her spine. I just think, to me, she probably just needs to relax out here just a little bit. We get into class 2 there, and I think a heifer that obviously, as you stand to this particular view, she's the best one in terms of the way that she's made, particularly at the top of her shoulder comparatively to the other 2 cattle that stand right in behind her. She's the strongest in terms of her top line and maintains her loin the best. I think her tail head sits in her right. A heifer that, to me, her bone matches her body and it matches her size. She's one of those cattle that, you know, right there probably in terms of where she's at from a frame size standpoint, a heifer that whenever she stands probably reads just a little upright in her rear joint out here on the sand, but once you let them go, she'll still flex and give you a good read to her rear skeleton and to her structure. And like I said, everything sets in her real good. We had a nice pair of them there in class 3 that I thought this heifer was just a little more toned down in terms of her condition. She's going to have to come better right in the floor floor of her chest. She's going to have to come better in terms of where her shoulder and knee's going to set here from this particular view. We got the most power that comes here in the fourth class, and obviously the heifer that's starting to show maybe a little more maturity about the front side of her chest and the shape of her neck and the base of her shoulder, but from her forerib back just offers a tremendous amount of good in terms of center body shape and spread, incredibly big behind. And then, like I said, accompanied with all the power and all the mass and muscle is still a really good hind leg. I love that heifer's hock and her foot set. I think she's still clean enough in her joints as you get right there. You know, the call is her tailhead just probably right? Is her shoulder just probably right? She's maybe pushing a little extra on both of those particular areas, but still a really, really intriguing one. I think that has some neat pieces, and obviously a big good one out here for sure at the county fair. With that being said, I'm going to go out to select your champion. I think one of them needs to win. Reserve gets a little closer. Congratulations to him.
Champion Angus Heifer is shown by Hunter Royer. Her trophy is sponsored by Bud Storms Memorial.
Like I said, I thought Reserve probably gets just a little closer. This heifer's maybe just a little tidier in terms of her front end, and she should be. She's the young one out here. She's the immature one out here. And she's got quality. I told you where I'd change her just a little bit today. Told you where I'd change this heifer, and to me, she's still a big, good head of cattle at the show. And so don't, just always try to seek and maybe beat the big, good one out here. I can see her areas and where she needs to be changed for sure. I do think your champion heifer was just the undeniable one out here in terms of build and presence. For me, Reserve is close, but I'm still going to keep just two little stouter cattle together there today. Young man's got your Reserve.
Your reserve champion Angus Heifer was shown by Andrew Klinkhammer. His trophy was sponsored by Wildcat Valley Farms. Our next class will be Class 4, Belted Galloway Heifers.
This young lady's just got her the one belt at Galloway female of the whole show. It looks like for sure, but very high quality one here. Just in terms of the way, again, that she's built in her respected breed and brings together lots of power there. You get in behind them. So good head of cattle for sure. For her, if you would, go ahead and give her a nice round of applause. This is your champion, Belted Galloway.
Results for Class 4. Your first place and champion Belted Galloway heifer was shown by Abby Field. Her trophy was sponsored by JK Drilling LLC. Class 5, Charlet heifers entering the ring.
Well, just the one Charlet entry here, but certainly, brings together the quality of her breed. She's really stout. She's a heavy-muscled heifer. You'd probably like to soften her just a bit, or I would, right in the mid part of her body, and hopefully that continues to come as she matures and gets a little heavier bred. But a heifer that still you got to appreciate in terms of just foot size and her foundation, a heifer that's going to bring together an awesome look there to her neck and head, and where she's going to set it all up on top of her shoulder. Just like to maybe soften her up just a bit in her loin and in the base of her body, but still a good head of cattle for him. My compliments to him. Go ahead and give him a nice round of applause. That's your champion, Charlet.
Results for Class 5. Your first place and champion Charlet heifer was Parker Johnson. His trophy was sponsored by Great Lakes Hybrids, Scott Miller. Now entering the ring is Class 6, Kiania heifers.
Well, good pair of key heifers here. This young lady that's out front, for me, just to have her heifer that maybe just a little bit more feminine. For me personally, most particularly about the shape of the top of her neck and her head. I like that heifer there. And then from there back, she's still more than powerful enough. In fact, she's got plenty of it, man. She's a big top, big hipped heifer. She's, to me, of the pair cattle here, just a little more appropriate in terms of her size and where she's at from her age. And then just a little softer right there in her heart, her forerib, her sternum, and all the way back to the base of her rib and the rear part of her body. She's one that, of the particular pair, you'd probably like to go ahead, make her just a little stouter in terms of her ankle and her foot, comparatively to how just powerful she is up high. But certainly one, I think, in this prospective division needs to go ahead and win. And that's not to say that the heifer, the bronco-headed heifer here that ends up in two, it doesn't have quality. I think, to me, she probably comes just as stout as anything as we've had. And I talk a lot about that. Probably like a little more muscle, probably like them a little bulkier than some do in a heifer setting. But I still think they need to move good. And so I always go that way. To me, she's probably just a little more adequate in her step to go ahead and win this class. This heifer, as she stands here, is going to give you a great profile. I love her in terms of her top line. In fact, she probably relaxes just a bit better right in behind her shoulder. She just needs to drop down in her flank. I'd like to soften her up in her heart relative to where the base of her chest is going to set. And then I'd like to clean her up in her joints and just free her up in her movement just a shade. But that's still a really nice heifer for that young lady as well. So young lady's black heifer out front is going to go ahead and be your class winner and champion key. Young lady right here with the ripped-eared heifer is going to go ahead and be reserve key. Two good cattle, two good young ladies. Give them a nice round of applause.
Results for Class 6. First place, Audrey Biddle. She is also your champion key heifer. Her trophy was sponsored by Storm's family. Your second place in reserve was shown by Emily Brown, and her trophy sponsor was Charles and Teresa Shelby family. Entering the ring next is Class 7, Hereford Heifers.
Young man's pulled heifer here. Again, just quality structure. You got to appreciate her build. She's a big, longer-bodied heifer than some of them that we've had come in. And you still appreciate her for it because she still has enough substance there at the ground to go along with it. I hope he would agree with me. Would probably like to just soften her up right there in her body just a little bit and just give her a little bit more belly and flank. And I'm not saying that they all have to just be belly dragging, but I'd say for her particular size and length of body, still like to give her just a shade. But certainly a good female there. Again, a single entry in your Hereford division, but darn sure a nice one. Give this young man a nice round of applause. He's worked hard on a good heifer here.
Results for Class 7. First place in your champion Hereford heifer was shown by Dylan Brown. His trophy sponsor was the George Sietsma family. Entering the ring now, Class 8 Main Anjou heifers.
Again, we just have the single entry main female here, so I guess this would be also your champion main heifer. And again, just a heifer that's going to put together quality. We haven't had a whole bunch of them through the ring, but there has certainly been some good ones. And this is one of the nice ones too, a heifer that within her respected breed is going to come just maybe a little more moderate, just a little softer than some of those cattle do. Obviously with that then she's going to maybe carry just a pinch of shoulder in front end. I'd probably like to just go ahead and just fix her. And where her pin set is, she kind of comes up there in the rear part of her loin, and then she's going to duck in her pins and maybe just get a little awkward in her hind leg. But heifer, once she stops and stands, you can tell the quality. Young lady's worked hard on her. It looks like her hair's kind of coming back to her there, and that takes a lot of time, a lot of effort there. And so I think she's got a nice female in an April division of a main. So if you would, go ahead and give her a nice round of applause too. That's your champion main heifer.
Results for Class 8. Your first place and champion main Anjou heifer was shown by Kaylin Martin. Her trophy was sponsored by Dr. Jerry Preuss. Your next class is Class 9 maintainer heifers.
Well, two maintainers in this class. I think then we have a single entry, and then we'll go ahead and select for your champion maintainer. But certainly two extremely high-quality females. And I think at the ground, in terms of just substance, both these cattle are built very similar. You get up above their foundation, and one of them just going to come just a bit stronger in behind her shoulder, just a little better in terms of her top line and where she's going to come from hooks to pins in terms of levelness up high. And everything just kind of balances just a bit better in this particular heifer that's right here in front of me. This will be my class winner. I'd like to probably see her just take her neck and just set a little better right there into the top of her shoulder. I don't think that maybe, for those that want them just crazy long-necked and attractive like that, that she's maybe just perfect right there. But for me personally, it matches her substance. It matches her body very well. She's a stout-built heifer. And once you're out here with them, you can really tell that her angles are still built good enough in this particular lineup. Got some really big feet and just sets down real good as she goes right there away from you. I still like things about this heifer, and I don't know that anybody would say that she's off of quality by any means. In fact, she probably sets a little further back in her hock. She's a good-bodied female. Comes apart right in behind her shoulder. Doesn't maybe just come just together as strong in her loin and the base of her loin or the backside of it, but certainly a nice one there too.
Results for Class 9. First place, Kaylin Martin. Second place, Owen Kaiser. Now entering the ring, Class 10, Maintainer Heifers.
Well, single entry here in Young Man's February heifer. Just a nice one, obviously, as you get to this particular view. Top's good. Her neck's real nice. I like the shape of her head, her poll. And I think everything reads real attractive up high. Obviously going to carry just a little forward chest to the front side of her skeleton. Maybe just a little more upright and where her blade, her knee, and her foot's going to set up front. But a heifer that still, I think, has plenty of good in her. And I think she sets right in the mix with those two that we've had right there in that first class that were awfully good. There's a nice female as well. Give him a good round of applause. He'll be right back here in your champion maintainer division.
Results for Class 10. First place, Ash Modisett. They will now be showing for champion maintainer heifer.
Well, again, just two high-quality females out here, and I've said that plenty of times. Probably sound like a broken record today, but darn sure two good cattle. And of the pair of cattle, one of them's just going to come with more substance and just a little stouter, like the way that she's built there. You know, out here, you can even tell just in terms of foot size. I talked about where she was, you know, right there probably at the top of her neck and where those things are going to transition into her shoulder. But outside of that, just a very, very nice head of cattle and one of the nice ones that we've seen. Sets right in the mix of what we've had so far in terms of quality for sure. Young lady's got your champion maintainer heifer. Give her a nice hand.
Your champion maintainer heifer was shown by Kaylin Martin. Her trophy was sponsored by Steve Ryder Construction.
A second place heifer comes back in for me probably just a little more appropriate in terms of her size and where she's at from a size standpoint relative to just her weight and relative to this heifer that ends up winning the second class as of February, and just a really stout heifer. She maybe hasn't wanted to just be a show female today, but there's lots of quality in her. I could see her in a pasture just being a good heavy bred cow. I told you right in behind her shoulder I'd like to fix her just a little bit, and there's times where maybe she'll come just a bit more uncoordinated as she goes goes right there behind. And this heifer probably stabilizes her hind leg just a shade better. A heifer that's got a good look to the top side of her neck. I love her head and where everything sets right there in the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to strengthen her loin up as you get to this particular view. She's a little up right there in her shoulder. Probably got quite a bit of condition on her for what I like, but simply a very nice female as well. So those were three really good cattle and definitely a tough decision, but one of them just looks more like my champion. Young man's right here will be a reserve.
Reserve champion maintainer heifer was shown by Owen Kaiser. His trophy was sponsored by Wendy's. Entering the ring now, Class 11, Red Angus heifers.
Well, just a single entry Red Angus female that Wyatt brings to us here, and he's got his heifer named Halsey, and he's done a nice job. Obviously, Halsey's a little antsy to come dance today, but she has definitely got some quality about her in her respective division. Long-spined, nice-looking heifer there in the top side of her skeleton. Obviously, like to give her a little softer rib cage, but definitely a nice female up high. Wyatt's done a good job. Give him a good round of applause out here. Got his heifer collected and got him a nice one for sure.
Results for Class 11. First place and your champion, Red Angus heifer, was shown by Wyatt Cornell. His trophy was sponsored by Tippecanoe Cattlemen's Association. Now entering the ring, Class 12, Shorthorn heifers.
We've got a really nice trio of shorthorn heifers out here in our purebred division, and the two cattle that end up in first and second, built completely different kinds, but still a lot of quality amongst a pair of them. Never did I want to beat the red heifer, though. The white switch heifer is definitely the best footed, is definitely the most comfortable in terms of her skeleton, and once she kind of wants to stop and stand, she finally... Once she stops and stands here, a heifer that's going to give you a great look to the profile. And, again, just like I said, accompanied with a good skeleton. That's a good shorthorn female, and it looks like she's on the up and up of just kind of turning that corner, maturing in the right direction. She's got a lot of gas left in her tank. That's a good female right there to win the shorthorns. Got just totally opposite end of the spectrum, a long-necked, really big top, big hipped heifer that's here in two. I'd like to fix her as I work towards both ends of her framework. She's a little more upright in her joints. As I get right in the midsection of her rib there, I want to soften her just a hint, but certainly a heifer that brings together a lot of quality. You got one of them there that, for me personally, looks like she can make some females.
Results of Class 12. First place and champion shorthorn heifer was shown by Mallory Inskeep. Her trophy was sponsored by Fred Inskeep family. Second place and reserve champion shorthorn heifer was shown by Caden Peters. His trophy was sponsored by Bill and Katie Price. And third place was shown by Caleb Fugate. Entering the ring is Class 13 Shorthorn Plus heifers.
Don't know that you could have two any polar opposite cattle to be in one particular class, and I think you probably have that within its respective division more often than not, but still a really, really high quality pair. And where I want to change this one, I like that one, and where I'd like to change that one, I like this one. And so I'm just going to go back to personal preference and where I want to be in terms of structure and just softness of body. This heifer is just a bit more natural in terms of the rear part of her body, where her flank line is going to set in her from the profile. She's not the most attractive of that particular pair, but in my opinion, she just reads like a good cow. I like her pattern. I like her build here. She's a comfortable heifer. And then, like I said, just going to come naturally a little softer. Honestly, probably just that much wider even as you step right in behind the cattle. A little bigger top kind of cattle. You know, for her particular age, she's probably a shot moderate. If you want to get nitpicky on her, the heifer that comes here next is a few months behind her in terms of age, but sure not quality. Like I said, where I want to change her, I like this one. She's a really big-footed, big-boned heifer that's got a nice look to her front end. She's a little more elevated up there into the front side of her framework, and a heifer that's going to take her neck and set it up high on her shoulder. For me personally, I just like to soften her up in her rear body and her flank, make her look a little more natural in terms of the sweep of her rib. Open that heifer up as you get down her top line. She's kind of long-spined, and it just kind of takes away from her top, but that's still a really, really high-quality female. Two good cattle. My compliments to them both.
Results for Class 13 Shorthorn Plus heifers. First place and champion was Mark Inskeep. His trophy was sponsored by Matt and Lindsay Kaiser. Second place and reserve champion was shown by Colton Gwynn. His trophy was sponsored by the Martin family. Your next class is Class 14 Simmental heifers.
Well, a nice pair of purebred cattle here. The young man's going to go ahead and win my class. And I think that heifer just going to bring a little nicer front end, maybe just a tick softer in terms of her mid body whenever both these cattle decide to kind of stop and stand here. The young ladies that's out front, just equally as powerful down her top and out of her hip as you get in behind them there. She comes a little rounder in her pattern, a little coarser in her build for me. I'd just like to loosen her spine up, give her a little neater look up front there comparatively to the heifer of the young man. So two good purebred cattle. Young man's got your class winner and champion in this division. Young lady's second in reserve. Give him a nice round of applause.
Results for Class 14. First place, Eli Waltz. Second place, Abigail Koch. Coming into the ring, Class 15, Simmental Heifers.
Well, I was wrong, even though that I don't want to admit it, and I would say that my fiance would say more often than not I am wrong, but I would tell you that our last class was our champion in reserve purebreds there, but we had another one right here in our single entry, and she came in, and I said, what percent is she? And she said she's a purebred. I said, oh, there's two classes, and so just talked about what I thought was the champion in reserve, but still two nice cattle, and just kind of bring one in that for sure sits right here in the mix of what we've had in terms of quality so far. That heifer, you can nitpick on her where you need to, but outside of that, that particular female is going to bring together an incredibly good rear skeleton. I love her foot size. She's a really big-footed, deep-heeled heifer, and she's not too weak on her pasterns where she maybe starts to fumble in her hock. That heifer still has a beautiful set of her hock. I love the shape and length of her hip here from the side. Heifer that's maybe a rib longer than some of them that we've had, and at times where she'll go ahead and come together behind her shoulder. You'd like to strengthen her just a shade, but still a very, very high-quality female. Presented right, you can tell this young lady's done her work at home for sure. Give her a nice round of applause on a good single entry.
Results for Class 15. First place, Grace Klinkhammer. They will now be showing for champion Simmental Heifer.
Two nice purebred cattle and two cattle that are probably built just a little different in terms of their kind. We've got a nice heifer to win the first class, and I told you, I thought just from a structural standpoint in the way that she was going to use her spine, her hip and hind leg just a little easier. Just got a beast right here that wins in the particular second class here. There was a single entry and just a tremendous amount of horsepower as you get right into the midsection of her rib, and yet still accompanied by an incredibly good skeleton. I talked about her in one particular area, but I'd say as she's becoming a heavier bred here, probably just pulling her down just a shade more. But that is a very, very high-quality purebred Simmental heifer. Young lady's got your champion right here. Congratulations to her.
Your champion Simmental Heifer was shown by Grace Klinkhammer. Her trophy was sponsored by Jason and Kendra Garrett and family. Your reserve champion Simmental Heifer was shown by Eli Waltz. His trophy was sponsored by the Larry Gamble family. Our next class entering the ring is Class 16, Sim Solution Heifers.
Two quality cattle as we start your purebred division, or excuse me, your percentage division. Two good cattle in terms of their build right there at the ground. I'm going to let them sort as they get there to the top of their framework, and where this young man's Baldy just going to set her neck in just a little sharper and smoother there at her shoulder. For me, she comes just a bit more toned down in her tail head, as you see, where it sets relative to her pins and a heifer. It brings together quality from the side. Both these cattle I could see is heavy bred, just being nice cows for sure. This one's just a little smoother in terms of her pattern today. Young lady is a nice female as well, and I talked about her and the way that she uses her hock and her rear foot. She's a nice build heifer for sure there at the ground. Going to come with just a little leather up there through her neck and the base of her neck and down into her chest. I want to soften up her heart. Got to set her tail head a little deeper into her hip for me, but still a female with a tremendous amount of good in there. Those are two nice cattle, and they're presented well by both those young people. Give them a nice round of applause there if you could real quick.
Your results for Class 16. First place, Clayton Moore. Second place, Anika Gregory. Now entering the ring, Class 17, Sim Solution Heifers.
Well, Brock's heifer down here is giving him a little bit of a fit, so we're going to go ahead and just kind of keep her down that way and hopefully get her to settle in here in just a minute. But two really high-quality cattle, and one of them just a little smoother in terms of her tie up front and where she's going to take her shoulder and blend it into her forerib. A good bodied heifer here from the side, and everything balanced as well. Both ends of her skeleton build extremely comfortable. A heifer, again, that just kind of sets right there in the mix of a high-quality one to go ahead and come back later. Young man's right here, the star-headed or the white-headed heifer here has certainly got a tremendous amount of power power in her. In fact, whenever you get right in behind the cattle, she's going to open up just a little bigger in her top and just a little wider in her hip. And I don't mind that as I like some muscle in cattle. That heifer is just going to have to be just a shot better in terms of her structure on either end, but still a really high-quality female. Brock's done a nice job with. And so 2 good heifers there in our second class. Give both those young men a nice round of applause.
Results for Class 17. First place, Andrew Klinkhammer. Second place, Brock Peters. They will now be showing for champion Sim Solution heifers.
Both these heifers in your percentage division look quite a bit similar. You know, they're good in terms of their lines up high. They're good soft ribbed cattle. They're cattle there that both have an adequate amount of feature to them in terms of just bone. Both the cattle, for me personally, move good. One of them is probably just even that much easier in terms of the way that she's going to hinge and just hook up there behind. And just, again, just has a little bit more to her everywhere. I know that's general, but, you know, obviously as you look at the 2 cattle, she certainly does. This young man's got your champion percentage semi.
Your champion Sim Solution heifer was shown by Andrew Klinkhammer. His trophy was sponsored by Great Lakes Hybrids, Scott Miller.
We got the Baldy heifer out here, and again, just going to handle herself a little better than what did our second place. No doubt, those were my 2 favorites in the semi division. Was our class winner there that was just champion, and the young man's class runner right here will be reserve. Good job.
Your reserve champion Sim Solution heifer was shown by Clayton Moore. His trophy was sponsored by Wildcat Valley Farms. Entering the ring, Class 18 AOB heifers.
Well, just a single entry here in your AOB division, but certainly a high-quality female. I wouldn't have guessed her breed. I think that she's very, very high quality. And I don't want to say for a breed, but respectfully for many of them that you'll see, this is a Murray Gray heifers. And if you don't know what that particular breed is or where it comes from or originates, you can Google it. But this female right here, if you Google pictures of them, she's probably just as good as you can make in terms of her structure and in terms of her body. Brings together lots of quality there for sure in her respected division. My compliments to him. If you would give him a nice round of applause, a high-quality female.
Your champion AOB heifer was shown by Jesse Cornell. His trophy was sponsored by Martin Irrigation Company. Entering the ring, Class 19 commercial heifers.
think 2 classes maybe. Is there 2 classes of crossbreds? Okay. Two classic crosses. We've got 4 nice heifers out here for sure. The Baldy, the white socked heifer, for me, just going to kind of come with quality in her skeleton. She's a nice looking heifer as you get there off to the side of her, and she's got plenty to her. Whenever you get right in behind the cattle, I think the things that are obvious is right here as you get to this particular view. As much as you're going to love her head, her neck, and just her levelness, the top line, you'd like to soften her up as you get right there in the midsection of her rib. And to me, moderation will allow this heifer that's in second to go ahead and probably be just a little deeper from her mid part of her spine down towards her navel. I thought the heifer came just a little rounder in her pattern, a little rounder in the base of her shoulder, a little rounder there in terms of her hip, but a really high-headed, long-necked heifer. Going to give you a beautiful look from the profile. I like her stoutness out here in terms of bone and foot size relative to these other 2 cattle. She just looks the most like my class winner there. I just didn't think that maybe she was just quite as powerful as you got right in behind the cattle. And I told you the couple other areas I'd change about her, but simply put, I thought she was the second best one. The one that ends up in third, for me, just going to profile a little easier. I think her top line comes together stronger. Her shoulder's going to lay a little further back towards her forerib, and then that's all of things that are going to allow her to balance just a bit better in the base of her skeleton. Her chest floor sets up in her better. She's a little better in terms of her forerib and her heart and the rear part of her body than even what the heifer is that comes next. Even though that maybe she is the young, immature one out here, I'd still call her better in those particular areas as they continue to go. Young man's is high quality too. She's going to take her neck and set it way up on top of her blade. She's very good in terms of her length of body, length of pattern, and length of hip, and where her tail head's going to set into it there. For me personally, she comes in a few more pieces in her top line as you get behind the cattle and you watch them go. She pulls in just a shade tight at her hock. Can't just quite get her to coordinate and go right behind, but another very, very good female in your crossbred division there. So my compliments to them. That's the way that I see them. A good class there. Congratulations to each one of those kids.
Your results for Class 19. First place, Harley Summerfield. Second place, Caden Peters. Third place, Abigail Koch. Fourth place, Blake Biddle. Entering the ring now, Class 20.
We get out of a nice class of crossbred cattle there that comes into our first class, and you know, probably just a little more challenging. There's pieces of them, a like of each one of them, and you can totally end up changing those 4 if you need to, just depending on your priorities. For me, it's just kind of about build and balance and way that they put their lines together as you get here. I want them to look good because it's a show ring. I want them to enough to them because I like them as just big, stout, bold kind of cows. As I look at them in this particular female that I start with, is those things. And she puts together a tremendous amount of quality here as you get off to the side of her. She's probably just as far along in terms of her body and the shape of her rib as any of them we've had. Yet still really clean in terms of her body. I like her condition and where she's at this particular stage in the game. You know, is she the biggest boned one ever? No, but still, to me, it matches her good enough there, and I love the sweep and shape of her rib. And like I said, just real clean in her rib as well. Everything sets together right, and a real good showman there to get her together. The one that ends up in second, she probably has the advantage as you get right to the ground behind. She's a little bigger in terms of her foot, a little deeper in her heel there. Heifer that's going to just go ahead and, for me, not bring her top line together as strong. I didn't see her as good at the top of her shoulder. Whenever she goes, she'll open there. Then as a consequence, her chest floor will kind of fall out of her. Her navel will make her look like she's deep enough right in the mid of her rib. But if you look at the floor of her chest relative to her flank, you probably still like to give her just a bit more sweep there. But a powerful heifer as you're in behind them. Real big bones and big feet. I like her as well. Those are two nice crossbred cattle in this division. Congratulations to them.
Your results for Class 20: first place, Hunter Royer; second place, Jet Beck. We will now be showing for champion commercial heifer.
For sure, just two good cattle out here in our cross or commercial division, whatever you want to call it. And two cattle that are, I'm assuming, probably representing a little different breeds. We look like probably one that is crossed up sired there. Maybe one of them that looks maybe more Angus sired, or maybe she is an Angus heifer. And obviously she showed an Angus earlier, so why not put one in the commercials too? But two good cattle for sure. And to me, the heifer that comes out of the second class represents a lot of good things here. As you get off to the side of her, there's just a tremendous amount of quality in that particular female. I don't know that the sand at times maybe does her any justice out here. She's one to kind of knuckle up every once in a while, but once you get her to set right here, she's still one of those. I think her angles are built really good. Definitely got more to her as you get right in the mid part of her body. Definitely a neat looking one still, and everything, like I said, very clean and consistent in terms of lines. This is my champion and a nice one to be there. Congratulations to her.
Your champion commercial heifer was shown by Hunter Royer, and her trophy was sponsored by the DeFries family.
Out the heifer that was second in that class, and I thought those two cattle really resembled each other pretty good. I told you kind of where I'd change her, but I love her foot size, and I think her angles are really good. She's maybe not quite as attractive as the white-bellied, white-footed heifer here that ends up winning the first class, but I told you about her too. That was a tough class for me because those are four animals that you could even start with the fourth place heifer. You could start with the third place, whatever you wanted to talk in that particular class. I just let structure and balance of the top line sort them. She's still, for me, going to have to come just a bit softer right there in her rib from a maternal build standpoint. That's where I like this black heifer, just a bit softer, a little soggier there, and just, again, accompanied by a good skeleton. Not the attractive one out there in front of her shoulder of the pair, but I still think a really high-quality cow. Young man's got your reserve right here. Congratulations to him.
Your reserve champion commercial heifer was shown by Jet Beck. His trophy was sponsored by Wendy's. Coming into the ring, you have Class 21 preview heifers.
just the single prospect heifer division here, single class in the prospect heifers. And, I guess from there, it's just kind of about how you want them built as babies. And there's all different shapes and sizes out here. And so you kind of pick them the way you like them and feed them the way that you want to. Never did I want to beat this heifer, though. She's a heifer that's got a great look to her as you get off to the side of her. She's a really big-footed heifer that's accompanying her skeleton perfectly at the ground. I love her foot size. I like her reach. I think she's an athletic heifer that hopefully continues to just kind of soften up and do what she needs to. That'll be a big, nice female for sure. The young man's Baldy right here that ends up in second. For me, just going to come a little rounder and just a bit softer in terms of her rib design relative to the painted up heifer that's right behind her. I still love her structure. She's maybe got a little leather up front, but outside of that, a very, very nice female. The one that ends up in third, the black and white heifer, she's obviously very extreme in some areas. I'm sure tied up and at home. She's got the longest neck you'd ever want in one. Got a real neat look to her front end. She's a long-bodied heifer. Hopefully she continues to come right there in her midrib, and hopefully, obviously she settles down in the ring and looks more stable in the way that she's going to use herself behind. She does tuck her tail head just a bit deeper there in her pin set than what does the female that's right there ahead of her. She's maybe just a little cleaner in terms of her navel even. So there's quality about her. She just needs time to continue to mature, and I'm sure that she will. Just kind of needs to soften up a little out here. Young lady's Charlotte-looking heifer is one that's obviously maybe a rib shorter than what is the cattle right ahead of her, and so she's very powerful. She's a big top, thick-ended female there, and I think there's good in her for sure. She's one of those that I'd like to just go ahead and just make her a little smoother as a baby. I think she starts to open more in her shoulder, get a little rounder in her shoulder, maybe just a little higher set there in her tail head, but simply another very good female for her. She's done a nice job with. The other three cattle, I talked to them. This heifer just needs to be a little stouter. I still like her skeleton just a pinch better than the white-bellied heifer. The white-bellied heifer kind of comes out here, doesn't want to just present herself right in her top. I'd like to ease her down there. Let's go ahead and maybe tone her down. I think that heifer is plenty big in her frame size. The heifer that'll close this class. In her respective division as a calf, I'd say a nice female for sure. Just needs to move just a bit better and not quite as stout as those other cattle, but good quality. So congratulations to a nice class. If you would, put your hands together for those kids.
The results of Class 21. Your first place and champion preview heifer was shown by Blake Biddle. His trophy was sponsored by Troy Kruger. Your second place and reserve champion preview heifer was shown by Kylie and Eli Cox. Their trophy was sponsored by Troy Kruger. Your third place was shown by Kylie and Eli Cox. Your fourth place was shown by Lindley Peters. Fifth place, Breanne Miller. Sixth place, Samuel Cox. And seventh place, Kennedy Gold. We will now take a 15-minute break before we start the steer show. Entering the ring, Class 22, Angus steers.
We've got many hours ahead of us today, so just kind of easing right into it. And I thought your heifer show came together really good. I'll be interested and excited to see the way that they'll come back tonight in your champion drive. Hey, we start this steer show off really, really good. This young lady's got her an Angus steer here that brings together, again, a tremendous amount of good. And she said he's weighing about the mid 1300s right there. And so I told her, I said, he's just kind of coming to it. I'd say that's about the right weight you'd want a calf for a county, right weight you'd want a calf as we continue to work here the next 20 days towards the state fair. That's a good structured steer. That's a soft-made calf. That's a good topped calf. He's got enough behind there whenever you get in behind him. There might be a few of them a little broader, but he still comes with plenty. That's a real, real good calf to go ahead and win your Angus division. My compliments to her. Give her a good round of applause if you could.
Your champion Angus steer was shown by Sophie Royer. Her trophy was sponsored by the Cornell family. Entering the ring now, Class 23, Charlet steers.
Well, I'm not sure. It's a big room, and so you're way back off of them. But I don't know if you'd notice or not. This is a big boy right here in this division in terms of just sheer size and weight. I think he said he's weighing in the mid 1600s. That's probably the biggest steer that I've ever judged. So I've been around a few states or a few shows here and there. And so, it is something that is first time for me. Probably I'd say the first time for you, too, to have a calf that big. But a good calf, honest in terms of his muscle and a nice structured steer. And honestly, he's putting himself together pretty good for being that particular size. Been around a little bit. I'd say he's been shown once or twice, but a nice calf for sure here at the county fair. Good job to him.
Your champion Charlet steer was shown by Casey Kruger. His trophy was sponsored by Jason and Kendra Garrett and family. Entering the ring next, Class 24, Key Angus steers. A little introduction for our judge today. Our judge's name is Miles Tinius. He is from Old Ripley, Illinois. He owns a concrete business with his dad, sells show cattle and hogs to 4 H members across the country, and works for Show Right Feeds. Give him a round of applause for working for us today.
Oh, nice single entry key steer here, and just a really pretty calf, man. You get off here to the profile of him, and a big structured steer, a big footed steer as you get down low on him. Obviously, the obvious things are whenever you get here to this particular profile, you can kind of tell that maybe he's just a little harder right now. Get your hands on him. He's a little bare over his rib, and we talked about him kind of pushing up in the upper 1300s, and hopefully just now starting to kind of get fatter. There's still some gas left there for sure in that guy's tank, but presented really well. The young man's done a nice job with him out here. Big frame, pretty calf right there. Hopefully he continues to soften up for him. That's a nice steer. Give him a nice round of applause there if you could.
Your champion Key Angus steer was shown by Casey Kruger. His trophy was sponsored by Dr. Robin Sheets. Entering the ring now is Class 25 Kiania steers.
Our last class, that single entry that we had was actually a Key Angus steer, and I'd say again, just respective to his division, that's a good calf. We got two of them out here, three of them I think that all have quality. 2 and 3 built a little different, and at times you could switch that pair in some areas. Didn't ever want to beat the Brockle steer though. Just a steer that for me, in terms of his sheer power, as you get in behind the cattle from a market standpoint, just a big top, thick-ended calf. He's real good in his rib, starting to finish right. You get your hands over him there, and you can just tell just kind of by the floor of his chest the same way. Good structured calf out of here for sure. And to me, like I said, in plenty of muscle and plenty of stoutness, all accompanied by a real nice skeleton. That's a good calf to go ahead and win this class. 2 and 3 a little more challenging. They're obviously built quite a bit different. The lighter weight calf I elected to use second. To me, just in terms of just his power out of his shoulder, that steer is going to handle just a bit stronger down his top line. He opens up bigger in his upper rib, and it all facilitates for spread. Big-footed, just a heavy, stout, rugged kind of a steer there at the ground. I want to soften him up in his rear body and soften him in his flank. A calf that gets just a little rounder out of his hip as you get there to the side of him. Now, this steer's obviously been feeding well. He's a big-centered, soft-centered kind of a calf. To me, I just can't quite get him to balance right. As I get there to the side of him, a steer that's going to go ahead and just come apart a little more behind his shoulder. Doesn't have quite the muscle in his top and hip there.
Results for Class 25 Keanius steers. First place in your champion goes to Dylan Brown. His trophy was sponsored by Tippecanoe Cattlemen's Association. Second place in reserve champion goes to Landon Waltz. His trophy sponsor goes to Buck Creek Elevator. And third place is Levi Knoll. Now entering the ring, Class 26 Hereford steers.
This young lady right here in front of me is going to be your class winner. Good structured, good bodied steer. To me, just kind of more at the appropriate size, I'd say, right now amongst a pair of them in terms of market readiness and weight. Could open him up just a shade there as you get in behind him. calf that ends up in second. Definitely a thick top, thick-ended steer. Didn't think he balanced quite as well here from the side. Kind of comes just a little more moderate in his kind, but a good steer as well. A good pair of cattle. My compliments to both of those young people. Give them a nice round of applause here real quick if you could.
Your champion Hereford steer was shown by Elise Brown. Her trophy was sponsored by the George Seatsma family. Your reserve champion Hereford steer was shown by Brock Peters. His trophy was sponsored by the Osborne family. Now entering the ring, we have Class 27.
Well, obviously, the single entry here, he's a Lemmy steer. And, again, within his respective division, that's darn sure a good calf. I told a young man, I said, boy, you like getting them big, don't you? He said, I like to feed them, and that's good because whenever they eat, they grow, and some of those things don't do that. We feed enough of them, we sell enough of them that it is maybe a little challenging. Some of those cattle, I don't even know will ever even catch 1,500 if you kept them around for 3 or 4 years. But he's been able to do it right here with a good limousine steer in terms of his structure. You got to like his pattern there. He's a good muscled calf. And again, probably like his Key Angus, we probably just like to soften him a little bit right there in the mid of his rib. Maybe he's a rib longer and it'll kind of take away from that. But that's still a good calf right there for a Lemmy. Good job to him. Give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion limousine steer was shown by Casey Kruger. His trophy was sponsored by Monsanto Pat Hahn. Coming into the ring, Class 28, Main Anjou.
two nice cattle here in the mains. In two cattle, as you get off here to the side of them, good necked, good looking show steers there. The steer that I start with, obviously, the bigger one of that particular pair tells me kind of clocking in there in the upper 13s, and he's probably right there for sure. The calf has got enough in terms of his muscle. You get your hands on him, he's a beautiful presented one there as you get off to the side of him here in terms of where his loin and his tail head, his features good, and everything balances right. He's presented really good. Love his front end, and the calf, again, has plenty of muscle. He's maybe just a little harder over his rib, a little higher twisted, and that's where I like the calf that ends up in second. For me, he's a steer that's just a rib shorter. He's maybe going to strengthen up just a shot better in terms of right in behind his shoulder blade. When I say stop and stand here, that calf's just that much more soft right in the midsection of his body. Going to handle a little softer over his rib, but for me, going to have to come just better in his spine and out of his hip. Structurally, I'd like to make that calf just a bit easier moving behind. Those are two nice steers, though. Very, very nice one to win. Congratulations to them.
Your champion Main on Jew steer was shown by Colton Gwynn. His trophy was sponsored by the Denny Kaiser family. Your reserve champion Main on Jew steer was shown by Brady DeFries. His trophy was sponsored by Asgrow, Pat Hahn. Entering the ring next, class 29 Shorthorn steers.
Two nice shorthorn steers, definitely built a little different in terms of just their kind of cattle that they are, but two high-quality steers. Just let a little softer made calf go ahead and win this particular division, just bigger topped and thicker as you get right in behind the cattle, and you won't have to put your hands over him to understand that he's just got more flesh on him and just a little better in terms of his condition. He's a moderate calf, man, and in terms of just his sheer size, I'd say he's plenty low to the ground, but still call him more than acceptable there in that particular respect. The one that ends up in second, I think that's a good-looking steer. I think he's long-bodied and good in his hip. A steer that obviously just comes a little more uncomfortable there behind, kind of tucks his hind leg up underneath him. It just needs to be a little easier or have a little easier feed and look for me, but a nice calf, and he's done a nice job with him. Those two cattle were curious about each other, but they finally got him to stop and present in two nice cattle that presented well from those two young men. Give them a good round of applause there real quick if you could.
Your champion Shorthorn steer was shown by Owen Kaiser. His trophy was sponsored by Otis and Geneva German Memorial Award. Your reserve champion Shorthorn steer was shown by Caleb Fugate, and his trophy was sponsored by the Osborne family. Entering the ring next, class 30 Shorthorn Plus steers.
pair of Shorthorn Plus cattle. Definitely a good pair of cattle here. Again, just muscle's going to sort them, and I realize that starting with the ladder weight calf of that particular pair, but as you get right in behind him, he's just so much bigger in terms of his top, and he's just bigger in his pin set. He's got more turn in his quarter calf that for me, and just in terms of muscle, his look, his outline, and then yet still a very complete skeleton calf as you get towards both ends of him. The old white-faced steer here, brockle-headed calf, maybe not one to just be a show steer right now, and every once in a while we get him to kind of slow down, and he'll give you a nice look. He's been what looks like maybe the easier feeding calf of that particular pair in terms of just his softness of rib. That calf has definitely got a nice look to him at times. You get in behind him, he's the flattest in terms of his muscle, his pins, and then as you get down to the ground, and I just like to go ahead and stout him up just a bit there, but a nice calf. Good job.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus steer was shown by Colton Gwynn. His trophy was sponsored by Jason Garrett. Your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer was shown by Claire DeFries. Her trophy was sponsored by Fred Inskeep family. Entering the ring now, Class 31, the first of two Simmental steer classes.
Well, the first class of two classes, I believe, of the Simmental division. Got a nice calf. Looks like he's feeding well. He's a good skeleton steer, good-bodied calf, and just puts a lot of nice things together. Not the biggest top, not the biggest butted steer you'd ever see. Get in behind him, but has enough out here to be respectful for sure, and could use a little competition for as quality as that calf is for his size. Good job to her, and a nice class winner. Give her a nice round of applause there, quick, if you could.
First place in Class 31, Elizabeth Knoll. Now entering the ring, Class 32, your second class of Simmental steers.
Well, Class 2 of the Simmental steers definitely brings us a good one here. In terms of just the way that he's put together, that's a good fat steer, man. He's got the right shape to his body. He's got the right shape to his top, and enough whenever you get there in behind him. He's a good structured steer, just built like a good fat steer. I mean, he's one of those that, again, at the right weight, I'd say, at the county show, and just perfectly built for this particular show and what we've had so far. He's just a good structured stout one there, and everything kind of fits together. It fits right here in the mix of what we've had so far. And so we'll go ahead and elect your champion here in just a minute, but darn sure a good calf to win this class. You know, from there, maybe a challenging pairs in 2 and 3. The young ladies' calf, just a little stouter constructed as you get down low on him. Nice looking calf there from the side. He's a little taller, a little harder in terms of his body, but that's a good calf as you get down low on him. Young man's right there in terms of just softness of body and center body shape, and then still having some muscle in his top. It's a good calf. You know, he's maybe not got the hair and the quality of that, if you want to talk about that these other 2 steers do, but he's just really natural. You can tell that he's continued to feed right. He's starting to kind of just get up underneath himself a little too far for me in terms of his hind leg. You'll watch him round there out of his hip. He's the most opened up in his shoulder and at the top of it, but still, I think a good calf. He's a little softer, a little easier feeding kind of look to that calf than maybe what is the one right there ahead of him. So I think that pair's close, but still, again, for me, there was a good class winner. So 1, 2, and 3 right there.
Your results from Class 32. First place, Brock DeFries. Second place, Addison Garrett. And third place, Preston Cook.
Two good Simmental cattle here for sure. Class 1 was a nice structured steer. They need a little more to him. And then we got definite fat steer here that's just turned the corner right in terms of being a big, soft, stouty. And he moves good out here. Obviously, he's a little ornery to kind of get back together. We were talking, maybe it's the cool weather, it's the cool breeze inside of here, the AC. These calves are feeling a little frisky, but definitely got a good pair of cattle out here. So your champion's out front, and I'm going to elect to use the young ladies right there for reserve. Congratulate them with a nice round of applause if you could.
Your champion Simmental steer was shown by Brock DeFries. His trophy was sponsored by Jason Garrett. Your reserve champion Simmental steer was shown by Elizabeth Knoll. Her trophy was sponsored by Delcab Pat Hahn.
Our ALB division here, obviously, again, one steer, just like earlier there in Murray Gray Calf, and yet it's going to bring together lots of good. Looks like he's been a good feeding steer. He's a big-bodied steer. He's a sound calf. And then as you just kind of step up there next to him, he's got enough shape there in his hip. That's a good steer in his respective division as well. My compliments to that young man. Got to give him a good calf.
Your champion AOB steer was shown by Jamison Cornell. His trophy was sponsored by Martin Irrigation Company. Coming in next, Class 34 Crossbred Steers.
Well, just one crossbred steer out here, and I would, obviously, as you come to the show, you think about there's a few of them in multiple of those breeds there, and probably sitting ringside. You wish maybe would have pulled one of those steers into the cross division because they all of a sudden maybe have a champion to go ahead and vie for reserve at least. But this is a good calf right here that the young lady's got. I like him in terms of just his basic build. He's a good-looking show steer up there at the top part of his neck and where it's going to sit in his shoulder, and a good muscled calf as you get right there and behind him. We'd probably like to balance him just a shot better in the lower part of his body as you study his chest and his heart, his forerib, and the rear part of his body. Calf's got a little height to him. Probably like to just kind of ease him back down, tone him down a little in frame and soften him. But a good steer there for sure.
Your champion crossbred steer is shown by Audrey Biddle. Her trophy was sponsored by Mark and Ann Nesbitt and family. Correction from earlier, Larry Gamble family sponsored the trophy that I missed earlier. Class 35 coming in, Market Heifers.
Attention on the fairgrounds. All vehicles along Teal Road that are blocking the road, especially by the carnival, need moved immediately. Thank you.
Well, just two market heifers out here. The young man right here, Parker, is going to go ahead and have your champion market heifer, and it does so very handily. For lack of better terminology, or for just kind of keeping it simple, she looks like a market heifer. And so then yet still, she's going to bring together just that much more muscle and feature to go ahead and be your champion in this division. Colton's got a nice calf, little ornery maybe to show today, but it's a heifer that's very nice in terms of her structure. If you just start to study her angles, a decent bodied female, just going to have to go away from you, just a shot stouter comparatively, but still good cattle there. Nice pair of young men. If you would, go ahead and put your hands together for them. Good job.
Your champion market heifer was shown by Parker Johnson. His trophy was sponsored by Heads Up Irrigation LLC. Your reserve champion market heifer was shown by Colton Radcliffe DeFord. His trophy was sponsored by JK Drilling LLC. Entering the ring, Class 36, Preview Steers.
Well, just the single entry here in your prospect division, but a good calf here for Coy. He's done a good job with him for sure. A calf that looks like he's going to continue to feed with quality. His build's really good, and the calf gets out here. You got to appreciate him for having some bone and nice neck steer. Looks like a calf that's got some muscle. You get right there and behind him for a little one yet. So I'd say if he keeps him around and continues on to next year for a big fat steer, that'll sure be a nice one for him. So give Coy a nice round of applause, your champion prospect steer.
Your champion preview steer was shown by Coy Martin, and his trophy was sponsored by Greg Johnson. We will now have a 15-minute break before we start showmanship. Entering the ring now is our beginner showmanship.
If you could, real quick here, give these kids a nice round of applause here in your beginner showmanship. Great job by each one of these kids, and obviously a few of these cattle maybe aren't wanting to be the most cooperative. The young lady, I said, hey, what's your steer's name? She said, Teddy Bear. I said, I have a hard time believing he's acted like that all the time. Teddy Bear's usually maybe a little slower, but she's done a nice job of kind of getting him back together here. And we've got a really good group of them, and kind of what we worked on is just setting feet a little bit in position and their hands different on the halter. You know, a lot of times at this age, you want to grab the front of it and try to just push their head up, and that's okay too. And you know, I think it's just kind of about where they're comfortable. You know, obviously, maybe just want to flip their hands around every once in a while, and that's what we talked about. But then again, just talked about just trying to maintain and keep comfortable out here. To me, you know, it gets really close between two or three of them. One of them just kind of got his calf stuck there right away, and she works really well with him, and I think does a very nice job. Obviously, right here at the end, she wanted to be just a little bit honorary and see what's behind her. But all these kids have done a good job. Your champion showman's out at front here with the cowboy hat. Give him a good round of applause if you could.
Your champion beginner showman is Clayton Moore. The beginner showmanship trophy is sponsored by the memory of Julie Blake. Entering the ring next will be junior showmanship.
good group of kids out here. If you would, again, put your hands together for them and congratulate them. We show our appreciation for good kids all the time, and we got them right here in this business for sure. And we got a good group out here in our junior division. And, you know, it's just little things about kind of getting feet set up right and kind of positioning themselves right. And with that being said, also the calf obviously has got to be cooperative, and sometimes that doesn't happen. It may at home, but it sometimes doesn't happen whenever you get them in the ring. And so putting all those things together, one of them has done a good job out here of cooperating with the young person, always being able to be spotted. And again, whenever you get out in front of them, kind of positioning themselves right, getting their calf set up right away. And the calf, like I said, working good with this young lady for sure. I'll go out and select your champion showman in this division, but certainly a good group of kids, and look forward to them. You should, you know, as parents or grandparents, aunts, uncles, or friends of the family, whoever you might be, just about their show careers as they continue. We hope that they're wanting to continue to show some cattle or show some species of livestock to keep engaged. And so it has been good in our juniors, and looking forward again to the next two divisions. I'll go out and get you your champion in this division. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids on a good show.
Your champion junior showman was Kaylin Martin. Her trophy was sponsored by the John Sheets family. Entering the ring next is our intermediate showmanship.
Well, not an easy decision at all. And, whenever you get into an intermediate, and then we'll come into our seniors here in just a bit and get you a final deal put together in terms of a grand reserve overall, you know that as you start to work into some of the older divisions, they make just that much less mistakes. And so as a judge, it's a little more challenging to kind of where you're going to set them together, set your priorities. It's just about the little things. And I told you in the last two divisions, I wanted to make sure whenever they came out with their cattle that they got them set up appropriately at a real quick pace and a quick time. And there's different styles of showmanship out here for sure in terms of just aggressiveness or how they're going to hold the halter or where they're going to position themselves with the calf. I've always been one of those that, just be as comfortable as you can out there and keep the calf comfortable with you. And there's two or three of them, I think, do a really, really solid job doing that. I went through and I asked the young man, I started looking around at just the height of some of the kids, and I thought, young man, he's either, maybe not hitting his growth spurt as fast as these other ones, or he was in a different division and maybe won last year. So I asked him, I said, did you win something last year? And he did. He won the last division. So they pushed him up here in the intermediates. And, buddy, you've done a nice job. These kids have probably hit the ring a few more times than you have, but you can tell that you've done just a good job at home of just trying to continue and maintain and be out here with them. You don't stick out anywhere. You do a good job of just staying solid and keeping feet set. And so proud of him there, getting into the next division and just ended up pushing these kids that are a little older than him and making their job tough. And so I'd say he's always right there with them. With that being said, again, it's just about kind of getting it done and doing it quick and getting feet set right. A few of these cattle maybe are either a little stretched or maybe a little underneath themselves, and you got to kind of watch where you're going to set those, and then all of a sudden where you're going to position yourself as well, just to get the calf's head up, to get them comfortable and keep them looking right out in the show ring. And you got to do that not only in showmanship but within your classes if you want to go ahead and compete. That is definitely something that has to happen. And so with that being said, again, I'll set the microphone down here. We've got a great group of them. There's a group of them here that as parents or grandparents or whoever you're looking at in the ring here with me, it's pick her or pick him because that's the one you want to win. And I just got to do my job and pick the one that I like the best. That doesn't mean that your kid's a bad showman at all. This is a great group. Put your hands together. I'll go out and select your champion.
Your champion intermediate showman was Grace Klinkhammer. The sponsor of her trophy were the Grogan and Martin families. Entering the ring now are your senior showmans.
in the senior division, they just don't make very many mistakes, and so kind of wait around and just see and make sure that you're seeing the things that you want to see, and seeing if they're going to kind of get them to set right, to see it just how the cattle are going to maintain with them out here, and each one of them done an awesome job. I know in a senior division, some of them may be just working up here into the seniors in terms of age, or maybe they've won something and they've got to this point. And a few of them, are obviously, I would say, starting to kind of come to a close in their cattle career at the county fair. But, man, it sure is a pleasure to be out here with them. And I understand just by the way that these kids maintain their cattle and they're out here, and the way that they get them to set, and just the intensity that several of them, all of them have out here, you can tell that they're always right there in the mix of them, probably won their fair share of showmanship divisions before. Again, just like I told you, in multiple of those divisions that we've had already, it's just kind of about cooperation of calf and kid. And as you look in, your kid's done the best job. I understand that, and it's just my job to kind of maybe pick the minor faults or the minor flaws, but it's not by any means easy. These kids are way better than I ever thought about being, and so, it is challenging for me out here, but again, it's just about kind of maintaining throughout the continuation of a drive like this. And so, with that being said, I do think we've got a great group of them. I'll tell you just kind of real quick, the young lady that's out front with her good Angus calf, that steer, as we get him in here, she probably comes in just as good as any of them, and then gets him to park over here is good. And now the calf's maybe he's continue to kind of dance. Once we got off here to the side of him, he's wanting to kind of tuck his hind legs up underneath him, and she's trying to do a good job of getting him back together. The steer's maybe been up for a minute or two and just not quite wanting to set up, and I'm sure that he's got plenty of time to go back, or I know he does, before the champion drive, to just kind of cool down and calm down, but she's done a good job. This young man right here, obviously a good showman for sure. You can just tell by the way that he handles himself out here and handles the halter. I think he does an extremely good job. Now, to me, he's got his heifer set up pretty good, and I think she's finally comfortable, and it brings her top together just a bit better. Earlier, whenever he was standing here or he was over there, that heifer was real stretched on both ends, and I don't think that does that thing any justice in terms of just her shoulder and her top line, but he finally kind of gets her to set back up. I honestly think the circle that he did coming back probably did him the best job. The young man right here with the shorthorn heifer, again, just kind of flawless in terms of kind of getting him to present. The heifer doesn't really want to go anywhere unless he wants her to, and those two work together really well. Again, probably maybe a little closer to being just squared up more behind in terms of just setting hind legs. Maybe like to see her a little further back here on this side, but that's probably getting pretty critical on him. I mean, I do think that he's done a great job. Obviously, he's listening too. The one that comes, the young lady right here next, and man, I tell you what, just in terms of eye contact and intensity whenever you're out here with her, that's probably the most aggressive showman that we've got in a group of them. You can just tell, I mean, by the way that she's going to maintain and get that calf's head up, get her head turned out here, and make sure she gets the good views. She kind of finally realized that maybe her heifer wasn't setting up right behind, and that happened over here, and it's going to maybe happen not quite as much now, but it did earlier behind. Most specifically, she almost wanted to set closer like that than she did spread out, and it's just something that she's almost so intense and studying me so hard. We've got to remember that we got a calf on our hands too. The young lady here with the Belty, again, a nice job done by you, and I think you've fallen into a really tough class here, and where you've maintained your calf really well. She's going to get a little stretch there up front, make sure that we kind of keep her feet square and just a little more underneath her. She's kind of getting her to finally set up just a little better. Young lady right here with the big semi-steer, again, it's just kind of about getting his feet to set right and get a good profile view there, but she certainly does a good job. So, guys, with that, it is not an easy decision at all, and I hope that you understand that I don't take it lightly. I know what senior showmanship's about, and I know how hard these kids have all worked today, and I know that you do too. And so with that, let's show our appreciation to them real quick with a nice round of applause.
Your champion senior showman is Andrew Klinkhammer. His trophy was sponsored by Denhart's Herefords. All of the champions will now be competing for the Grand Champion Showman.
So we're in selection for our champion and reserve overall showman of the day, and I'm assuming then all of a sudden they get to go on to another level. So that these four have done an awesome job, and I told you in multiple or each one of those divisions, it was just kind of about cooperation of the calf first and foremost, but then how the kid was going to kind of maintain them. Our young person out here is going to maintain them just in terms of positioning themselves and getting their heads right, keeping their hands held right on the halter. And there's a lot to learn from these four that are out here, all the way from your beginner division all the way down here to your senior division. And so, if you want to be a better showman, if you're around ringside and you're a family and you want to just kind of help teach your kids and you're not real sure how, I would tell you the very best thing that you could do is find one of these kids right here or find their families and just ask them what they're doing. Particularly as you get into a senior level division. And hopefully, seniors, that's something that you do. We always talk about being good sportsmen and being good 4-H members even after 4-H or FFA. And that is what it's about. Make sure you kind of spot out some young people, and if they need some help, help them. Don't be too cool for them. Don't be too good for them because they want to be just like you. And so there's lots of kids with their eyes on you four right now, and so you ought to feel pretty special being out here, and family members of them. You should feel really proud of them. And each one of those kids that were there in each one of these divisions, it's been absolutely awesome. I thought your cattle show was good, and I think your showmanship's just that much better for sure. And it's just what you'd expect from your county. You've got just probably one of the very best counties maybe in the country with good livestock. And so I'm proud to be here and proud to be amongst them, and it's not an easy decision. Real quick, give them a nice round of applause. These four have waded through some tough competition and certainly deserving to be out here. You know, it gets really close. All four of them do a good job. I mean, just look at the way that they set up their cattle. Even they're a beginner down there. Boy, he's got a big future ahead of him, I'd say, just in terms of showing some cattle. Young lady's the same way, and you got two older showmen down here. And so, to me, it just kind of comes down to personal preference. Both these two do a great job in terms of just kind of getting their calves set up, getting them to position right. One of them's obviously kind of finalizing some years of 4-H, if not maybe the last part of it, and one of them's got maybe a few years left here. And so there's things that you can split hairs on in terms of maybe the way that they go ahead and either keep them, their head, their neck, or keep their ears forward, or anything like that that you want to nitpick on. You could do that if you want to, but I think both of them did a phenomenal job. So I'll just go out and I'll select your champion. In my opinion, just kind of one of them maintains and does it the entirety and came out of an extremely good drive. So again, my compliments to your kids. A great group of them. I'll get you your champion and reserve.
Your grand champion showman, Andrew Klinkhammer. His trophy is sponsored by Butler Meat Processing. Your reserve grand champion showman, Grace Klinkhammer. Our grand drive tonight will start at 7:30. 7:30.